I would like to ask you to take your seats, please, as we'll be starting very soon. I'd like to welcome all the people in this room, as well as all the people that I can see are joining us online. Unfortunately, some of our coordinators are joining us online. They will be making their presentations online. So we're very glad to have them. Hello, Professor Kartalis. Hello, Professor Kokosis. Okay, thank you for coming again to this. Thank you for coming again to these pre-conference workshops. So the idea of today, as we mentioned in our communications, is actually to show the findings, to show really the conclusions and recommendations that each task force has made and will present during the conference in the next couple of days. So we really appreciate you being here. We're very happy to have you. Now, a few logistic rules, let's say. As I mentioned, you will have about 5 minutes for your presentations, 5 to 6 minutes. We are unfortunately on a tight schedule, as I believe most of us, if not all of us, have to depart for Paphos this afternoon. So that we can actually get to the big event that we're organizing, and we're hoping that we will be seeing you there. So we will continue now with and the other announcement. I am afraid that due to a last-minute eventuality, Professor Pavanikolas will not be able to join us in the room, but he will be connected. I don't see him, Angelos. I think he might be having trouble, so we'll resolve that. He will be connected, and he will be with us in the room, hopefully for his closing remarks. So now I would like to invite to the podium Dr. George Zitis, the liaison coordinator of the Physical Basis Task Force. George.
So good afternoon, everyone. My name is George Zitis, and I'm working as an associate research scientist in the Climate and Atmosphere Research Center of the Cyprus Institute. And I'm also the liaison coordinator on behalf of the Cyprus Institute for the Physical Basis Task Force. So I will now present you an update regarding our conclusions, the recommendations we propose, and our next steps. Here is an updated list of the task force members. We overall have a good representation from many countries of the region. Since last time, we have a new addition, Dr. Diana Francis from Khalifa University, UAE. And in our task force, coordinators is Professor George Lelyveld and Professor Zan Shiar from the Cyprus Institute. So the proposed policies and recommendation can be grouped in two categories. First, we have a research recommendation and some outlook for regional cooperation, mostly on the scientific matters. And we proposed some adaptation solution and policy recommendation, but I'm sure the other task forces are more relevant to actually propose such recommendations. We also have identified some gaps with regards to the advancement of scientific knowledge, and these mainly have to do with environmental data availability in the region, also data quality and access. We have identified some limitation in the current state-of-the-art climate modeling in the region, and also a gap of regional collaborations. Here I will briefly present 4 of the proposed recommendations that we have identified in our task force. what we would like to propose is an establishment of research and innovation funding tools in order to promote collaborative and transboundary interdisciplinary research in the region. We want to propose more things to happen with regards to climate education and more sharing of knowledge, expertise, and resources. Computer resources is also one such option. And ideally, we would like to see more trainings on methods and analysis tools.
Είμαι μέσα σαν guest, δεν μπορώ να πω κανονικά.
Okay. Since future extreme events are projected to occur in higher frequency and severity, we want to propose to improve preparedness for such events. And this has to do with advanced weather and climate prediction tools, such as climate models, and also the development of early warning systems in order to be prepared for the type of events that we project. And finally, in our task force, we have discussed also air quality, and one way of dealing with this is to propose some land rehabilitation in order to reduce the dust loads and improving air quality in the region to the level that this is possible. Of course, we have to consider the region. Such activities include the restoration and afforestation project for reversing land degradation in the region. With regards to the advancement in the scientific knowledge, we have identified some limitations in climate modeling. We would like to have high resolution modeling in the region, and this could help us better represent some processes, including, for example, precipitation, orographic precipitation, the representation of coastlines and islands in the region, and also the representation of urban environments that are currently not considered in our climate simulations. Eventually, we would be happy to see coupled regional Earth system models that also include components of the ocean, land-atmosphere interactions, and also chemistry. These three processes are not sufficiently represented currently. Finally, we want to propose more openness in sharing data, and we would like to see more joint recent activities and stronger partnership between universities, meteorological authorities, research institutes, and other academic organizations, and not only in the region. And here I would like to, finally, I have the current status and the next steps. So we are now finalizing our report. In the meanwhile, the sixth assessment report of the IPCC was released, and we would like to also consider some of their conclusions in our study, in our chapter. We are also working on the homogenization of plots in collaboration with a graphic designer that will work with us. And we have also submitted a version of our chapter as a review paper to a journal entitled Reviews of Geophysics. And here I would like to thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, George. Do we have any questions for George? Jens or Adriana?
Most of our region is not suitable for forest, right? So it's the wrong terminology. It gives the wrong impression. These are rangeland, degraded rangelands, and we indeed need to work on rehabilitation of rangeland, but we should not call it forest. But it's too dry to be a forest.
Mm-hmm. You are true. Maybe I didn't use the right term, you know better than me, but at least for some parts of the Eastern Mediterranean, countries like Greece, Turkey, even Cyprus, we do have forests. I mean, at least for this.
Right.
Yes.
The dust is more in the degraded areas of the Middle East.
Mm-hmm. No, good point.
Any other questions?
It's a comment on this point, because we stressed, as you will see in the Green Economy Task Force, the need to establish economic systems for supporting the regeneration of biocapacity. So I think we have to strengthen this point and try to include in the equation people and the capacity of the local people to sustain and be included in the process from the economic point of view and social point of view.
Thank you. Thank you very much, George. We will now continue with the Energy Task Force presentation by Professor Theodoros Zachariadis, who is a professor here at the Cyprus Institute. Should be it. Thank you for joining us, Theodor.
Thank you and good afternoon to everyone. I'm Theodoros Zachariadis. I'm an associate professor here and one of the three leaders of the Task Force on Energy Systems, Task Force 2 of the Cyprus Climate Initiative. This is the composition of our task force with 16 members. So my fellow coordinators of the task force are Dr. Rabia Farouki from the International Renewable Energy Agency and Professor Kamal Araj, former Vice President of the Jordanian Atomic Energy Commission. And we are also happy to have had the contributions from a number of experts and scholars, mainly from the region. As regards the proposed policies and recommendations that I will come back to in a while, we propose the clean energy transition, which is extremely urgent and relevant, of course, for our region, as it is relevant for the whole world. But since our region has per capita carbon emissions that are much higher than the global average, the challenge is even more urgent and stronger here. So we propose a clean energy transition that has to be based on three pillars, which have to be tackled at the same time because there is no time left. Planning with proper data and models and scenarios. This is not something to be taken for granted because we have data gaps. And this is the planning with appropriate statistics and scenarios is the foundation for all other policies. Then mitigating the growth in energy demand, which would also allow to ensure energy supply with low carbon or zero carbon sources. And as regards the advancement of scientific knowledge and impact, we propose to create trusted and actionable knowledge in the region through advancing research on a variety of aspects, from human behavior to infrastructure and technologies, to encourage the establishment of regional modeling networks, and to improve the links between scientists and policymakers in decarbonization technologies and policies. So in a little bit more detail, our policies and recommendations, these are some of the examples, some of the prominent, we would say, conclusions. The removal of fossil fuel and electricity subsidies, which still exist in several countries of the region, although there has been some progress in phasing out of these subsidies. The preparation of integrated energy and climate plans at the national level, but also at the regional level, because regional cooperation is crucial. Infrastructure investments on the modernization and digitalization of grids and the interconnection between countries, of the grids between countries. This is limited right now. To have joint undertakings in the region for the production of green fuels like hydrogen, but also other green hydrocarbons, and focusing on energy efficiency measures, for example, decarbonizing road transport through a mixture of regulations and market-based instruments. There are obviously several barriers to the implementation of these policies, such as the political acceptance of green fiscal reforms that would help eliminate the subsidies that I mentioned, the limited regional cooperation, which is pertinent for several of the policy recommendations here, and of course, some constraints to capital and lack of access to finance, especially to develop the energy efficiency solutions that have to be through public and private investments. And as regards scientific knowledge and impact, of course, there are numerous aspects in which we would like to improve through research our knowledge. We need to improve our research on technologies, on infrastructure that would enable the green energy transition, on digitalization and its effects, on the interaction between circular economy and low carbon energy, on behavioral aspects, which are crucial again and have been studied to a very limited extent, especially in this region, and to the effect of policies and their interaction with technological measures. We have identified clearly, I think all task force members are agree on this, that we need stronger networks, scientific networks, but also energy, climate, and economic modeling networks that would assess the socioeconomic impacts of the transition as well. And this initiative could create very large impact to the extent that there is also political willingness to uptake all this at the policy-making level. Thank you.
Thank you.
Do we have any questions from the audience, or Angelos, do you have any line as well? If you could. Thank you.
Thank you.
I would like to welcome now Professor Salvatore Carlucci, who is the coordinator of the Built Environment Task Force, and will give us the brief overview for their task force. I believe it's here. Here it is. Sure, thank you.
Thank you very much, Christiana. Good afternoon, everybody. So it was a pleasant to work with all the task force members in the last basically 1 year and a half, almost 2 years. Also thanks to a good representation of the area. We had 15 co-authors of the report, while the source for developing the report was a little bit wider. Then we have a coverage of 9 countries of the region with different experts with different background. The outline of the work. So basically, after the work that have been done, we distilled a sort of pathway towards sustainable and resilient cities and community by 2050. That is basically built upon 5 areas. And there are some recommendations that are essential for it to get to the practice. Then advancement, we have highlighted 5 main questions, research questions, and possibly we could try to foster some advancement, scientific advancement in this regard. The main gaps when we studied the state of the built environment in the region. So basically, we see that mitigation adaptation actions are the development in regulations are quite diverse in the region. So we have different conditions, different challenges. Climate policies are not really enacted into the region. There are not yet compulsory regulation in all the countries, but still in some cases there are some recommendations or even some documents are in development. There is the tendency, the classical tendency to differentiate and segregate mitigation and adaptation action with rooms for carbon lock-in. We lack institutional coordination among countries, but also within different levels inside some of the countries. And there is a dominant technocratic approach rather than a socio-political one. And in some cases, decarbonization is not a political priority. The main needs are basically to rethink the role and the tools that we use in urban planning and design, and also responsibilities. How building infrastructure, this issue needs to be rethought, moving from gray to blue, green, or reducing the carbon embodied inside infrastructure. Then we need to think in terms of sustainable consumption and production, from the analysis of the demand to the provision of the resources, energy, whatever. And lastly, we should think to a system, an ecosystem of tools where also financial and fiscal tools have to be sort of enabler for the real transition. This is the pathway that has been identified. The 5 areas are, of course, urban design, planning and sustainable development, governance and policy integration, economic support and access to finance, technology-enabled and data-driven communities, resilient and equity communities. Here we can see clearly several of SDGs, and there are connection with previous task forces, and I'm sure also with some outcomes from other task forces, since basically we are facing similar issues. What we need to think and integrate mitigation and adaptation actions in order to reduce carbon lock-in first. Second one, we should take into account and try to find ways to avoid or overcome regulatory inertia that can be characterized. We need to act and act fast. We need to implement also amelioration cycles every 3 to 5 years so that we can accompany with stringent requirements and giving, meanwhile, the possibility to customize levels according to the capacity of each of the countries. And meanwhile, also, there might be other measures that could stimulate, for example, market innovation, so that also some countries can benefit from internal resources, not just outsourcing from neighboring or even other countries. New forms of coordinated management of city regions that afford independence at the local authorities through decentralized framework to manage the transition from urbanization to metropolization. This is one of the challenges. We have urban systems that are getting close to 10 million, up metropolitan area that can get up to 20 million. So we need to think what are the roles of the municipality, the region, the state, and try to find harmonized way of interacting. If not, some measures will be stopped or will be hindered in their application. Alignment between national and local levels with respect to climate response. So what happens at the national level should be aligned with what happens at the local level. And finally, we need to put all the different levels that might be different in each of the country in a system that could exchange in a efficient way information, possibilities, and also procedures. Key questions. How can we limit uncontrolled urban expansion, reduce transportation needs, and improve the energy efficiency of the building stock? That is related with strong urbanization, metropolization of the area. Then how can we promote the reconversion and regeneration of green infrastructure with low carbon and environmental friendly solutions? How can climate consideration be integrated into fiscal and finance decision making? How can we preserve the urban ecosystem and its services? Possible actions. So we need to think in integrated land use planning and zoning, mixed use development and implementation of design standards, compulsory implementation of those. We need to really leverage circular economy, and measures to enable it should be enforced into regulation so that we try to reduce demand, reuse materials, and then mitigate as a result greenhouse gas emission. Blue-green infrastructure and ecosystem-based adaptation strategies should be prioritized. So this is a matter of also identifying priorities into the decision-making. Then enabling assessment of the budgetary implication of disruptive and transformative factors arising from mitigation of climate change. So we discussed yesterday in our task force this issue. So we need to actualize what is the impact of not doing anything towards what we do today. In this case, we could change completely boundary conditions, and some solution might results with the current, the business as usual scenario, not economically or technically viable, would become viable in this regard. Last point, we should rethink just the role of urban ecosystem and urban services and give their value, the right value for those. And therefore, This requires, for example, to take into account people health and well-being as something that first needs to be quantified, included explicitly also in our calculations. And that's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Salvatore. We will continue with one or two questions if somebody has one. Thank you very much. I am willing to take one question per person. So. No, I think it would be good. I think we can take one question, like joking aside, we can take one question per talk. And remember that after we finish our talks, we will have a little bit more time, a discussion. I may as well say here, I don't think I mentioned it at the beginning, the panel is not really an organized panel. It's the idea is to create a discussion between everybody. Yes? Okay. Now, I would like. Perfect. I would like now to welcome Professor Fadi Komer, who is the director, the new director of the EWRC here at the Cyprus Institute. We're very happy to have you. And it's also the coordinator of the Task Force on Water Resources.
Thank you. Cristiano. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Angelo. Hello. Well, we had a very important panel with, we had a very important panel within our task force. We started at 9 o'clock, we finished at 5 o'clock, and our panel was highly diversified. So as you know, the task force coordination, we are two from the CYI, Adriana, myself, and concerning the liaison scientist, we have Dr. Elias Ganiakis, and we have 14 members within our task force, highly spreaded in the region of the EMME, and very well representative. So our panelist was also very diversified. We were mainly 3 persons from the water sector and 2 experts from the energy sector and 1 expert from the sustainable development sector. Our outline concerning the policies and the recommendation, we have retained that there is an urgent need for improving water governance and regional cooperation for the management, not only of transboundary water, but also for the management of all kinds of water basin, whereas it is national or transboundary water. Everybody should cooperate. All the stakeholders should be around the table in order to create what we call river basin organization. So everybody could participate. And we have said also that there is an urgent need for making the water system climate more and more resilient. And we need to optimize the water supply and reduce water demand, of course, by implementing integrated water resource management. Concerning the advancement of scientific knowledge and impact, there is an important need for improving the use of scientific evidence in decision-making for attaining climate resistance and water security in the region, with emphasis on the application of the water, energy, food ecosystem nexus. So, and we have also 2 weeks ago declared that we also are keen to hold here the water, energy, environment, the food water hub at the Cyprus Institute. What are the proposed policies and recommendations? First, improve water governance. As we know, in our region, mainly most of the countries didn't apply yet IWRM. Some of them, they have applied only the technical component of IWRM, and they left behind the governance component. So in order to apply the governance component, we need also to cooperate by establishing and expanding hydrological monitoring, sharing of data between the countries, between the systems, and open access to database and water accounting system to support the climate adaptation. This is the basis in order to start initiating the climate initiative within the water sector. Science policy cooperation for the development of water-related climate adaptation project need to be negotiated upon international and having the support through green financing stakeholder. We know that financing concerning the water are really very little. Where we can find those financing is within the green financing mechanism. We need to improve the water policy framework, the water policy regulation, implementation in the region, and enhance capacity building and educational initiative for the water sector with strong involvement of the gender issue, women, the young generation, the NGOs, in order to support water innovation, management, and governance capacities. So now, what are the main difficulties? The main difficulties that we have retained are first, the financing and the implementation of the climate adaptation are so insufficient until now within the EMME region. The integration of public and private financing for water-related climate adaptation remain also a very complex issue because the governments does not like to include the private sector within the financing of their project. And it's really a big problem because without shaking hands with the private sector, we won't be able to sustain the water project in our region. There is a lack of strategy for attracting investment in the water sector. So we go directly for small projects without having a big vision on transboundary water project. The implementation and effectiveness of the water-related adaptation measures requires different approach across the countries of the region. We need to be more strategic. We need to be much more open for the water, energy, food issue. We have retained also three important questions in order to advance scientific knowledge and impact. The first one is how can we optimize water resource management and reduce water demand? If we take, for example, the potable water sector, we know that the accounted for water is about 48 to 50%. So we need to make real change in the efficiency of the network. And this costs a lot of money also. And these are projects for the medium and long term. If we want to talk about irrigation also, the problem is much more complex because we need first to make capacity building towards our farmers to let them know that by changing the way of their irrigation techniques, they can expand more their irrigation schemes and they can produce more food. The second question, how can we minimize the negative side effect of water supply technology, such as desalination, reuse of treated sewage water, managed aquifer recharge, and water harvesting technology? Unfortunately, non-conventional water rely on fossil combustible. So we have a very important project here at CYI that we all know is Proteas. And Proteas could be a model to be expanded within the Gulf countries in order to enhance solar energy for desalination. The third question is how can we prioritize the implementation of water-related climate adaptation measures? We need to make a priority list. What are, in fact, the components that we need to apply first within this list? Concerning the research strategy, of course, big countries in the area does not have hydrology monitoring system. So we need to push them so that they will install hydrology monitoring system. And those monitoring systems can help us monitor the quantity, the quality, the pollution rate, and the usage of water. And of course, we need to open the data among all the countries and exchange these data so that we can plan for the future generation. How can we plan for our infrastructure if we don't share the data between the countries? The second point is we need to consider the climate, water, energy, food nexus for research on water supply technologies, such as desalination, reuse of treated sewage water, managed aquifer recharge, and water harvesting technology. We all know that using desalination, we need to mobilize 1.78 kilowatt per meter cube up to 2.3, 2.5. It depends on the technology of desalination. By using solar power, solar energy, so this could be surely decreased also. We have to consider the climate, water, energy, food nexus on research also by initiating the hub. And the hub could be a platform in order to link the Western countries with the Eastern Mediterranean country, and CYI is a very good, appropriate place to do it on all means, scientific means and other means also. The third research strategies concern economic and environmental cost-benefit analysis to make the priority for climate adaptation measure in the region. And the impact, what are the impact? The impact is climate resilient water system and water security for this region. So we are aiming to secure the future generation by really mobilizing conventional and non-conventional water upon the climate resilient water system. And that's it. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Professor Comer. I think the nexus is one of the main things that we need to talk about, perhaps even later on today, but definitely during tomorrow and the day after. Any questions?
Well, the nexus is a very important issue, and the other important issue that we have highlighted in our panel is why we don't create a water agency for the EMME region also. So this water agency would implement the hydrological monitoring system, will promote cooperation between countries, especially on transboundary water. So those two main issues was highlighted in the panel. Any question?
Pressure of the demographic pressure on
water system. Very important.
I think is the elephant in the room of all this discussion.
Well, in fact, demography, as you know, Fabio, has placed many of our countries under the level of medium use of water. The level was identified by FAO to 1,000 meter cube per year per capita. Among the EMME region, we have more than 9 countries which are under 1,000 because of demography and because of non-accounted water on the network, because of that the nations would not try to involve the private sector in making a new water network efficiency. This is the problem. And demography put a lot of stress on the urban region also. And this urban region collect all the pollution coming from upstream to downstream and to the estuaries. The estuaries, as we know, are the link between the river and the ocean. So we need to watch out demography, and climate change will affect also migration. And there is a task group about migration. And all those parameters are really very complex to monitor. And they should be monitored within the hub that we intend to create, the hub of Wi-Fi, or also the agency, the water agency that we are thinking to create in the region also.
Thank you very much.
Adriana?
Fari, this is my own task force. So I would like to ask, because I learned something this morning from our panel discussions, especially Dr. Abula Masalani. And there are green funding mechanisms. There are funds for climate adaptations for the developing countries of the region. If we keep on talking, and creating nations trying to cooperate, well, we don't really want to cooperate, adaptation will not work. I think it is very important that we as scientists help the countries with adaptation, but if we spend all our time cooperation, we will not move forward. Climate change is there, we need to adapt. We're running out of water. And I'm really concerned that we spend too much time talking and not enough time doing, designing, bringing innovations, working with people on the ground.
Cooperation is very important, Adriana, to raise this issue. Without cooperation, neither on the scientific basis nor on the diplomatic basis, we can do anything. And this is why in our panel, we have also stressed on the fact that we need to create champions on water diplomacy in order to change the mind of the decision makers in the region, so that cooperation will be really an initiative to implement through transboundary basin cooperation on technical process, cooperation on institutional process. If we don't create river basin authorities and everybody will be around the table to discuss about our future problem, we won't be able to achieve anything. This is why in the introduction of the panel, I told my fellow colleagues that after 30 years works within the water sector, I felt that cooperation, as Adriana said now, is the most important thing to do, cooperation upon water. Otherwise, we won't be able to achieve the climate change initiative without cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Comer. We will now continue with Professor Andreas Karamanos. Professor Andreas Karamanos is a professor at the Agricultural University of Athens. He is also the coordinator of our task force on agriculture and food chain. Let me find your presentation. Should be this one, yeah.
Thank you very much. Hello, everybody. Now we move to agriculture and food chain. And just to have a look on the human resources, the task management board, in which Dr. Michalis Omiru, Dr. Rim Nitawi from the FAO, the liaison scientist is Dr. Michalis Omiru from the Agricultural Research Institute in Nicosia, and the task force members. In comparison with other task forces, this one is not overcrowded. Mainly, it is the task forces come mainly from Greece, Cyprus, and there are a couple from Jordan, from Lebanon, and from FAO. But still, we had a very good collaboration, and just to form and compile our report. Let's move now to the findings. the outline. First, proposed policies and recommendations. The policy measures, as we all know, are of national or transnational nature and of short, medium, and long-term implementation time. At the regional level, the key policy guidance should involve institutional interactions, technical upgrades, and science-based solutions. There is a need for mobilization of resources, for knowledge transfer and investments in agricultural ecosystems, which are essential to enhance the sector's adaptation to climate change. As regards the advancement of scientific knowledge and impact, there are common actions necessary to fill the gap in knowledge on, first of all, the assessment of climate change impacts on important components of the food chain, on the understanding of response mechanisms of crops, animals, and fisheries to climate change, and of the implementation of the appropriate management practices. We must emphasize that we are talking about our regions. There may be some data from other regions of the world, but I think the Eastern Mediterranean and Middle East has many peculiarities and it needs special attention. Proposed policies and recommendations. There is first a common sense policy, the capacity building. The capacity building of a novel regional structure, creating strong and direct links, facilitating the communication between scientists and politicians. I said that it's a common sense, but it's still, it is deficient. The prioritization of climate change and adaptation research in the national research policies of the countries. And in addition to that, the creation of a common funding tool just to support cooperative research in the region. To develop policy tools for adaptation and mitigation measures and frameworks. I'm referring more specifically to the creation of indicators, which may serve as a very efficient policy tool for the policymakers. To prepare a package of strong incentives for farmers to adopt the measures, we must not forget that the final actors are farmers. And in order to adopt measures which may have as a result a decrease in their income, they may have a package of incentives, and why not subsidies, just to try and persuade them to adopt the measures. And of course, it is very important to predict and face environmental degradation. I'm referring to soil desertification mainly, and of course to water deficiency, and also crop losses by novel pests and diseases which are very likely to attack crops, animals, and fisheries. Some priority actions to face climate change. First of all, to adopt sustainable practices for managing soil and water resources. I have to say now, referring to the discussion on water resources beforehand, and I'm referring to my own country, that the main consumer of water is agriculture, 85%. And you may find, well, some figures close to that in many countries in the EMME region. So, of course, urban and water consumption is a factor, but in order to economize water, we must pay specific attention to agriculture and how we can make better use of water resources in agriculture. We have to develop novel crop, animal, and fisheries protection methods against new invasive species of pests, diseases, and parasites. To develop appropriate crop and animal husbandry management practices to face the climate change impacts. And the strategies to promote these actions are, of course, collaborative research efforts towards understanding crop, animal, and fisheries responses to the new climatic conditions and to disseminate the new knowledge. And to develop reliable indicators, as I said before, for assessing adaptation, mitigation frameworks, and measures as a tool for implementing policy measures. And to prepare packages of strong incentives for farmers. And I stop here because I have to look at our time. And I'm here just to ask any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Karamanos. Does anybody have a question for Professor Karamanos? No? Okay. Thank you very much for your intervention.
All right. I would like to welcome now to the podium Dr. Nicolas Jarreau. Nicolas Jarreau is Assistant VP here at the Institute for International Affairs. He is also the coordinator of the Migration Task Force, probably the task force that started its work latest than the rest of you. So they've had a lot of catching up to do, but here they are, and they are doing very, very well. So thank you for joining us.
Hello, thanks, Christiana. Thanks, everyone, for being here. If you see that I'm looking a bit tired, it's because I've been doing all this catching up with the other task forces. So we're going to talk about, we talked about demography before in the discussion. And this is also, in a way, about demography on the move. It's about migration and how climate possibly is already driving migration movements, but most certainly is going to be driving them in the future. So the task force was much larger than what you see here, but what you see here are the authors who have accepted to have their names as authors of the final report. But we also got a lot of help from people in the UN system, for example, so UNHCR, from the IOM, and of course from colleagues here at the Cyprus Institute and in other task forces, especially Dr. Marco Nera from Health, Nestor Phylaktos from Energy, and Professor Thanasis Hagilakos. So I really want to thank all the people who contributed to this rather difficult analysis. So the purpose of the task force was to review the climate and migration linkages in the Eastern Mediterranean and Middle East region and identify knowledge and policy gaps, and then propose measures to address this climate migration nexus in our region. Now, what is clear is that in the context of existing environmental degradation and conflicts in the region, climate change is inevitably a threat multiplier. Now, that's not to say that the EMME region hasn't been a migration corridor in the past. I mean, ever since humanity emerged from Africa to conquer the planet, this region of ours was a passageway that connected three of our continents, Africa, Asia, and Europe, and therefore there always have been migrations, and some of them in the past actually in response to climate change, for example, in the Bronze Age. But what we're looking at now is possibly migration on a scale that is completely on a different level from what we've seen before. Nevertheless, the exact nature of the interaction in this region between climate change and migration is still very, very hotly debated and very unclear. And part of the reason for that is it's extremely difficult to collect data in a region where data is collected very differently from country to country. This is a region that has maybe 3 or 4 times in the past been united in some ways in history, but in most of the time, the different components of this region have been going their own separate ways. And so it's very difficult sometimes to draw comparisons from one country to another. Another problem is that possibly the EMME region doesn't really exist. In what do I mean by that? Is it's a little bit of a construct that we've created for our immediate neighborhood, but it's not something you find heavily in the literature, especially when you're looking at migration. The World Bank, for example, has done 2 amazing reports called the Groundswell reports on internal displacement, and those look at all sorts of regions except our own regions. USAID and many aid agencies acknowledge a region that they call MENA, Middle East and North Africa, which is slightly displaced compared to what we're looking at. The United Nations Development Programme has a region which they call the Arab States, the Regional Bureau for the Arab States. So when you're looking at regional data, you essentially have to go back to the country-by-country data and try and compile these completely different data sets into something coherent. Nevertheless, most of the analyses for the region, even if we're not 100% sure how climate and migration are interacting today, almost everyone agrees that climate will play an increasingly large role as a driver of migration in our region in the future, in the very near future. And unfortunately, there are very few regional policy frameworks that are in place to deal with this. A lot of the climate frameworks are done at the individual level. There is very little collaboration, transboundary collaboration on either climate or migration issues, and definitely not on the climate migration nexus. And one thing that came out of our research looking at other regions, because again, it's difficult to make predictions for this region, is that we also have to understand that a lot of climate-driven migration most likely will be internal displacement. So a lot of work has to be done within states to help them work with that. So of course, it's clear nobody wants to leave their home. So a priority is to address the root causes of migration through climate adaptation measures. But we also have to understand that no matter what climate adaptation and mitigation measures we take, many of them will come too late or will be insufficient to prevent people from having to leave their homes. And so no matter how much we try to build resilience, and it should be our priority of communities all around the region, we also have to put in place measures to help protect people who are going to be displaced and integrate them in the places of their destination. And so in order to do that, the first thing we need to recognize is that migration itself is one of many climate adaptation measures. So questions for advancing our knowledge and impact in this region. What do we need to know before we even start proposing policy measures? First of all, geographically, we need to map which areas are the least resilient to climate, which ones are the most at risk from climate-driven migration. What is the exact causal nature of climate events? Is it slow impact? Is it natural disasters on the climate migration nexus? And what willingness is there in this region to listen to the recommendations that will come out of this and to work together in a collaborative approach? So although we made 5 recommendations, we decided as a group, and we had a workshop yesterday where we confirmed this, that we cannot implement any kind of policy recommendation or even suggest any policy recommendations before we first shine a light in the dark. And that light is what we call the Climate Vulnerability and Climate and Migration Vulnerability Index. It's our first recommendation. And the idea is to help countries and international organizations focus their climate adaptation and mitigation efforts in an evidence-based approach based on where are the hotspots, the climate migration hotspots going to be. And this, as we'll get back to it later, is a tool that will have to bring together the climate sciences on one side and the social sciences on the other, which in itself is a peace-building initiative. So here's our constellation of policies. So as you can see, it all starts with the Climate and Migration Vulnerability Index, the CLIMIV Index, and then afterwards we propose additional mitigation and prevention measures, but again, which cannot start until we have a proper evidence base. So let's go back to our recommendation. Let's start with this tool, with the CLIMIV index. So this would be an evidence-based tool that could be used by policymakers, it could be used by aid agencies, it could be used by governments or communities themselves. The idea is to identify, to look at some of the most important migration routes in the region, and to look at where are the hotspots which are likely to become climate-driven migration hotspots, where the communities, the local communities, are the least resilient. This would have to be a participatory research approach. The people who are the targets of this study would actually help us also develop and ask the right questions. There are two methodologies that can be used for this. One is the methodology used by the World Bank for the groundswell reports, which look at internal displacement and forecasting and early warning systems in every region except ours, again, because of the reasons I've explained. So we could adapt that model into its type of gravity modeling based on different climate scenarios. Another approach is one developed by the Center for Sustainable Peace and Democratic Development, SEED, which is a social research outfit that has an index called the SCORE Index, which stands for Social Cohesion and Reconciliation. So this is an index that measures the propensity of different communities and societies towards either reconciliation in a post-conflict situation or towards conflict. And the idea is to adapt that index, to combine it with climate data, to develop an index of climate resilience in the communities of the region. Once we actually have data and we understand where these hotspots are and how to deal with the problems, there are a range of measures that can be suggested. One of them, which was developed in combination with the Health Task Force, and so I won't say too much about that, is to facilitate, to empower communities in the control of vector-borne diseases among displaced populations. As we know, climate change is a driver of the spread of the range of vector-borne diseases, and the situation, in particular in refugee camps, for example, is catastrophic. And so the aim there would be to try and effect a 25% reduction in the incidence of those vector-borne diseases in refugee camps in particular. But I will, I think, let Marco also say a bit more about that. Another option, which is again aimed at building resilience on the spot, is the climate oasis approach, which was suggested in discussion with Professor Hadjilakos for some months ago. The aim here is to create a number of green jobs which are focused on climate adaptation and building resilience, which will really help communities better weather the climatic changes that are coming. Another one is to set enabling policy frameworks that include climate-driven migration. The idea here is to, within all the climate frameworks, and this has started to be done since the Paris agreements on climate, is that trying to recognize climate-driven migration as one of the adaptation measures that people will take. And therefore, in any climate-related agreements or regional agreements, to take into account the concept also of people being displaced and moving, and to acknowledge that this is going to happen and that we need to deal with it. This is not suggesting that we should create a special status of climate refugee or try and categorize people as different types of refugees. A lot of these people would be internally displaced. The idea is just simply to have processes in place that acknowledge the concept that people will be forced to move because of climate and to deal with that. The next one is the idea of creating what we call biodiversity oases. And the idea here is to bring together two of the existential crises that are facing humanity. The loss of biodiversity on one side, which has been going on for even longer than climate change and is also a result of human activity, and climate change itself. And the idea is that biodiversity, if it's healthy, is a way for a community, helps communities to weather climate change. It's a buffer against climate change, and therefore protecting biodiversity is actually also a climate adaptation measure. And a healthy ecosystem is also better able to support higher demographics. So again, it links back to the migration issue. So I will stop there and take a question if I'm allowed, or if
Thank you very much, Nick. Yes, we will take a question if anybody has a question. Anasi.
Any recommendations without the climate vulnerability index? I thought that, of course, we can make actions on the education and outreach to educate and inform people. And also the ones that you showed, we don't actually need to complete the climate vulnerability index. I understand that this is a foundational work that must start, but should we really wait for it to finish? And we not just already say that, okay, we know that these 10 areas are high vulnerability index. They might be 12.
To be honest, I don't think we can say that we know for sure. That's the problem. I think any measure we want to implement, you want to be sure. I used to work for a development agency. I used to work for United Nations Development Program. And I was involved in the development of this score index, for example. The idea is that too often we are wasting huge amounts of resources and funding because we think we know which areas we should be working in. We think we know which communities are the most vulnerable, but in fact, I don't think we do. And quite frankly, yes, we can make policy recommendations, but I think education, etc., of course, but this will be limited to the sphere of generalities. I think if we want to go into the specifics, if we want to target our approach to the right people, the right communities in the right areas, there, I think an index like that would be extremely valuable. Does it mean we have to sit on our hands until it's ready? No, of course not. But I think as it develops, our interventions will become more and more targeted. Maybe that's a way to put it. So ultimately, for the
index.
Ultimately, the whole region.
No. I mean the scale in terms of how small is your.
The idea is to look at migration routes rather than specific points. So from the starting point to the destination point within the region and everything in between. So there are many routes actually that we can look at, but developing an index on that scale will take time. So the first step would be, we discussed this at the workshop yesterday, to start with a proof of concept, a pilot, working maybe with across one single boundary between two countries, or even within one single country. That single country most likely could be Jordan. Because as I mentioned before, a lot of the climate-driven displacement will be internal displacement. And we have great partners in Jordan, and maybe that's one place we could work. Maybe the Nile Delta. Maybe there are many places we could choose as a pilot, as a small-scale pilot. Yeah, I think I got 2 questions. So.
Very much.
Perfect. Thank you. The cursor. Angele. Can't see. Oh, well, but the problem is that it's in the screen. Ah, here it is. Okay. Is it here? Okay, perfect. Now I would like to welcome Dr. Marco Neira. Dr. Neira is an associate research scientist here at the Cyprus Institute, working with vector-borne diseases. He is also one of the liaison coordinators of the Task Force on Health. So he will give us the overview of his task force. Dr. Neira.
Thank you very much. So I'm going to try to, in 5 minutes, give you a brief summary of the conclusions and recommendations that we have achieved while working in the last few months. The first thing I want to do is to introduce our working group. Unfortunately, I cannot name each one individually, but I can say that in addition to the 3 coordinating researchers from the Cyprus Institute, we're lucky enough to count with 15 members that represent many of the EMME countries, as well as European countries and international academic organizations. So to dive straight into the content, there are 2 overarching recommendations that we think are very important when it comes to both policy and research recommendations. The first one is that in the context of climate and health, all policies pertaining to research and all policies and research priorities need to incorporate an interdisciplinary approach. And this is because of the complexity of the issues we're dealing with. The second one is that we as researchers need to find a way to address the issue of regional conflict as a barrier for efficient intergovernmental cooperation. And unfortunately, this is a reality in the region, and unless researchers and policymakers sit down and realize the enormity of the threat we are facing for human health and find a way to work around our differences, we are not going to be able to present an efficient front to confront climate change. The first policy recommendation we want to propose is a regional framework to decisively move towards decarbonization. And it's known that fossil fuel burning causes an excess mortality of more than 3 million deaths per year. And therefore, a significant reduction in the greenhouse emissions is a crucial component of any plan that is going to protect human health. This is not going to be easy, and it's not really a purely technical issue. The technologies, or many technologies that can be used to address this, exist and have existed for several years. But this requires political will, and it requires change in the way we think about our economies. So to achieve meaningful, sustainable change, we are going to require profound commitments on the side of citizens as consumers, institutions, and policymakers. We also want to have a plan for the regional integration of environmentally driven morbidity and mortality data that will help us better understand what the connection is between changes in environmental parameters and health outcomes. And the implementation of such a plan would also be a great tool to help us evaluate how efficient are any mitigation or adaptation policies that could be implemented in the future. We also would like to see a regional framework for crisis management, and this has to be implemented both at the regional, national, and local levels, and it has to have all the three components that relate to a crisis: crisis prevention before the crisis happen, crisis management while they're happening, and then a follow-up after the crisis has subsided. We are all suffering the consequences, the very painful consequences of one of the characteristics of infectious diseases, and is that their absolute disregard for national boundaries. We have seen what happened with COVID-19, and there are many infectious diseases in the region that are spreading. And because of this, the way they spread, because of this disregard for national boundaries, national plans are usually not entirely efficient to contain infectious diseases. Region-wide plans can be much more effective, and there are several success histories of diseases that have been contained, and therefore we think it's important to implement at the regional level a plan to contain infections and vector-borne diseases. We would like to see a regional equity in the availability and accessibility of vaccines and essential medicines, because it is not necessary, it's not sufficient to have the vaccines and the medicines created if they are not widely available and can be reached by everyone. Otherwise, they are kind of pointless. So we need to have equity in the access as well as the availability of these medicines. We would like to see a regional plan for the development and use of economic technologies for the production of and management of potable water, including by non-conventional means, as Dr. Comer mentioned. And we have a lot of overlap with our task force here. Water scarcity is one of the biggest threats to human health faced in this region. Many of the countries in the region face absolute water scarcity, and therefore we want to see an optimization in the efficiency of water distribution systems, as well as a rational control by the rational consumption by the users. And we also would like to prioritize in the region to investments in research aimed at the optimization and the reduction of the cost of alternative technologies for the generation of safe water. As Nick mentioned as well, there is a huge problem with displacement of populations in the region, and these people that are being mobilized, they have health needs that need to be addressed. It's a complicated issue. There's many barriers of cultural, technical issues, but things like nutrition, mental health, maternal and reproductive health, chronic conditions, vaccination, and amongst many others, they need to be addressed by the nations that are both generating and receiving these displaced populations. We would like, when we talk about advancing scientific knowledge, We are suggesting the development of a regional resource of how to host, process, and present climate-related health data, both at the clinical and environmental level. This is related to what I mentioned before, this need to integrate health-related, climate and health-related data in the region. It's going to be challenging because, as someone else mentioned, there's the need to reach scientific consensus on the way data is gathered, in the way data is reported. Each country at the moment seems to be doing their own thing, but if we're going to integrate, we need to reach a consensus amongst countries. And we're going to need commitments from the relevant national reporting bodies to make this national information available to the wider regional community. We would like to gather more empirical evidence on the exposure response functions involving climate change and specific health outcomes, because we still don't know how climate parameters are influencing several aspects of human health. For example, there is very little literature reporting what happens with climate change and infant health. We don't know how things like exposure to chronic exposure to dust in the environment affects people with chronic conditions. And we don't have appropriate tools, psychological tools, to evaluate the effects that violence and displacement have on the people that have suffered these conditions. And so there is a need for further research in these areas. We need to assess the effects of climate change on ecological components of human health, because human health is a very complex issue, and it's not just humans that play a role here. We have things like vector-borne diseases, where we have several different species that are involved in this. So when we're looking at the ecological determinants, we need to look at the biology of pathogens, of vectors, and the animal reservoirs that can be hosting many of these diseases. So it's a complex situation. We don't know much about the effects to long-term exposure to climate change. A lot of the literature available on the health effects of climate change comes from very severe events that by definition tend to be short duration. But there is very little literature explaining what happens with long-term exposure to persistent climate change. We think it's necessary to apply novel technologies to the development of vaccines and medicines that are relevant to the region, maybe learning some of the lessons that we have had during this COVID pandemic. We think that it's necessary to select crops that are resilient to climate change towards food security, because as was mentioned before, if we run out of food, then we have a huge health issue in the region. And things like drought, disease resistance, increased soil salinity, these are all being driven by climate change and will eventually affect human health. We need to, finally, we need to evaluate the interactions between adaptation and mitigation strategies. Both adaptation and mitigation are necessary and can be complementary to face climate change, but sometimes, because of the difference in temporal and geographic scopes that these two strategies have, they can be conflicting with each other. And it's not well understood how mitigation and adaptation interplay with each other and what the long-term results can be. And I just want to finalize leaving you with this quote from there was an editorial that was very recently published and was endorsed by over 200 health-specific journals. And basically, you can read it there, but the message is that simply encouraging the swap of dirty for cleaner technologies is not enough. It's not going to cut it. We need to rethink the way we perceive our lives, we perceive our economies in things like transport, the design of cities, production of food, markets for investment, and health, and much, much more if we're going to be successful in protecting human health. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Marco. Any questions?
It's something we started discussing yesterday about the actualization of the cost of diseases. So we will spend a lot of money for supporting people being impacted by climate change and by the crisis. And have you any visibility of approaches to actualize these expenses and transform them into financial tools to be invested to prevent? Because this is the key.
It is very complex, and I would say that the actual cost of disease it's much more than the finances, right? I mean, there are indicators that I'm sure you're familiar with the DALI, where you evaluate the actual years of productivity lost. And unfortunately, I cannot give you a clear answer to this, but I agree that it's something that needs to be addressed because, you know, finances are important, and it's hard to put numbers when we're talking about about health. But at some point, it's something that we have to do.
The government,
yeah,
this is the point. I mean,
exactly
to show that if they invest, they are saving.
Yeah, and what I can
the
tell you
future.
is that prevention goes a long way, and I think prevention costs every penny that we put towards prevention is probably one of the best investments we can make. But how to put this in actual financial terms, like I cannot tell you right now, but we have to work on it.
Have another comment or question? Thank you very much,
you.
Mark.
In fact, I think this last quote sums quite well the reason we're all here in this room today and have been working for a while. Now, I would like to welcome Dr. Ayala Zar from the Israel Oceanographic and Limnological Research Institute. Ayala, can you hear us? I think you're muted.
Sorry. Hi.
Perfect. Hello, how are you? It's good to have you with us. Thank you very, very much for joining us. Aya, as I said, she's at the Israel Oceanographic and Limnological Research Institute. She is the coordinator of our task force on marine environment and resources, and therefore she will be giving the overview of this task force. Thank you again for joining us.
Thank you. And I'm sorry that I couldn't be there physically, but I'm happy to join you from here. So this is the Marine Environment and Resources Report. Our task force is quite large. It consisted of people who actually contributed and people that were there to brainstorm and advise. Our scientific liaison is Christiana Kati, which you all know, and we have quite a new recruit, EMME from Tunisia, who's an international consultant. And is with the IUCN World Commission on Protected Areas, and she joined us quite recently, but has already worked a lot. So the outline, I'll talk about the proposed policies and recommendations, which overall have to do with the fact that marine and coastal ecosystems are very vulnerable to climate change. But they also prove to be efficient carbon sinks, which allows for mitigation, and natural defenses against climate-related risks, which could allow for adaptation. And the recommended policies that are set to enhance ocean resilience and catalyze action to scale up nature-based solutions in the marine environment of the region and ensure climate change is part of a major marine policies and targets being set in the region. The advancement of scientific knowledge and impact. In general, I'll go into more detail later, but regional modeling and observation networks are needed and are to be enhanced in order to monitor the climate, its impact, the progress we're making, and as well as to decrease the uncertainty in projections so we can plan better adaptations. Sorry. So as I said, the marine and coastal environments are amongst the most vulnerable to climate change. And the first policy recommendation is to increase climate ambition to achieve the global climate goals. National policy instruments, particularly the NDCs, or nationally determined contributions, and the national adaptation plans should be revised so to ensure the marine environment is considered, and to set goals for conservation and restoration of ecosystems that are carbon sinks and that provide adaptation benefits. Marine protected areas are one of essential nature-based solution like that. And this is an opportunity for synergy between policies. Embracing the 30 by 30 target, which is 30% of MPAs by 2030, that is being negotiated globally as part of the post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework, and that some regions and nations have also adopted it, like the EU is an example for that. A harmonized regional target in the region would spur action and facilitate connectivity of MPAs. We also need to ensure that such target related to resilient networks and promote that the management of these areas considers climate impact, which currently they don't. Policies on marine spatial planning are also important. Many countries and regions are establishing policies on spatial planning, but the climate resilience should be a specific goal of these policies. And it is essential that climate change impacts are considered when analyzing and allocating the spatial and temporal distribution of human activities in the marine environment. And last, promoting regional innovative financial instruments and funds that enhance ocean resilience and account for the adaptation and mitigation benefits, as well as the risk of loss of coastal and marine ecosystems. For example, regional insurance mechanisms, climate bonds, blue infrastructure bonds, and impact investments. One of the challenges in advancing these policy recommendations is that in general, the oceans or the marine environment is not talked about much in respect to climate change. We talk about water and agriculture, but in the ocean, it's not evident. Enhancing awareness on the importance of oceans in climate adaptation and mitigation and the solutions available to us is critical. This can be done through periodic events of engagement with key stakeholders. A regional conference that is held every 2 years that can bring the scientists and policymakers together would be a good example. Something like we're doing here now. The second challenge is that we still don't have good estimation of the magnitude of impacts and the effectiveness of some of the solutions. Quantification of mitigation and adaptation and risk reduction benefits that marine and coastal ecosystems provide is essential to inform decisions. Regional research teams would be an ideal way to promote collaboration and regional thinking, also to have the data needed for modeling. Lastly, the science and practice of adaptation and mitigation in the marine environment is nascent in the region. Exchanging best practices and lessons learned is a must, is important so that we can learn from each other and scale up regional cooperation. The key knowledge gaps, well, in general, it's a regionally, it's a significant lack of data. If you see the data that is available for the Western Mediterranean or even the Atlantic, which is vast, you see a very big difference. And this data is important in order to inform models, monitor changes and progress, and understand processes. Also, there's a high uncertainty of models in the region. So the models that are used now for climate projections are in quite low resolution. They're global models, and this is even worse when we talk. So this is true for the physical aspects, for instance, sea level and waves. But it's even worse for ecological aspects like fisheries and such. This is all true also for the data part. And even inside the region, there is strong disparities. So if in the Eastern Mediterranean is lacking in data and modeling, the Red Sea and the Gulf are even doing worse. So what is required to address these are, first and foremost, regional observation networks. They should be standardized with data sharing policies. This is kind of a cross-board thing that I saw that all the task forces say just now in the health also. But also in the ocean, this is an important requirement. So standardized with data sharing policies and optimal geographical coverage. And this should be observation of physical, chemical, biological, with long-term moorings and long-term cruises that go and to the same places. I'm getting a tsunami warning as we speak. Regional databases, again, similar to some, Europe is quite advanced in this, and there are many European projects that do this, but this is extremely important in order for us to understand better, to take all this new data and old data and have it all cohesive and understandable and usable. And like I said, regional models. So models will be concentrated in the area, scaled down to the area, and will give us better results and projections. And of course, regional process studies. From all of the above, we could create regional process studies in order to understand effects of adaptation or mitigation actions and see their effect. The impact, oh, right. What happened? The impact of this would be reducing the uncertainty, allowing to do things like plan a rolling adaptation action. So as the more certainty we have, we can roll out the adaptation action. So we don't just build, huge seawalls or that might be a mistake or things like that. Also enable better marine spatial planning and the MPA's connectivities and et cetera, et cetera. Of course, they also will allow understanding processes and their possible effects for mitigation schemes and financial instruments. That's it.
Very much, Aya. Do we have any questions for Dr. Lazar? No? Then I would like to thank you again for this presentation, and we will see you again tomorrow sometime early afternoon at the conference.
No problem.
Yeah, thank you. Now the next presentation is also online. I believe Angelos Professor Kokosis is with us.
Yes, I am.
Hello, Professor Kokosis, how are you?
How are you? I'm sorry I'm not there, but I will be joining you in a few hours.
Yes, we're also sorry we don't have you here with us yet, but we will tomorrow. So thank you for joining us online. We know we have a busy schedule with your flight and everything. Professor Kokosis is the coordinator of the Tourism Task Force. He is Professor Emeritus at the University of Thessaly, and he will presenting us an overview of the task force. Professor.
Yes, thank you. I think you can see my screen now.
Yes, we can see your screen.
So ladies and gentlemen, what you have heard so far, everything, and what you're going to be hearing afterwards, like cultural heritage and enabling technologies and all that, they all relate to tourism. Actually, we're in a very recent young task force, so we're still developing. And what I will present you is just some outcomes of our discussion so concerning tourism. Tourism is a particular sector because it is a human activity and of course like agriculture, but it depends much more than anything else on all the items that have been touched so far, like on the capacity to provide energy, the built environment, the water resources that are available, the food chain, and the food products, and health and migration, and of course marine environment. Because tourism is about leisure, that means the attraction of people for recreation and education to certain places, and of course the conditions in those places are very important because they, and to the extent that they are threatened or by the climate change and the risks involved with climate change, then this brings tourism at the forefront of what of the agendas for seeking proper strategies and policies, etc. So essentially, our region depends on resources. The tourism in the region depends on resources, what we call assets, cultural and natural heritage. They are threatened by, obviously, by climate change. And of course, the supporting infrastructure, which whether it is the hospitality sector, meaning hotels, etc., but also the special tourist infrastructure like port facilities, yachting port facilities, and cruising port facilities, etc., which also depend on climate change and the effects from sea level rise and all that. So, and of course, like any other activity, human activity depends on key resources like water, energy, etc. So it is important to develop capacities to assess the risks on such resources and relate them to tourism, and build up relevant and feasible responses from the tourism sector to complement and enhance the activities from other sectors as well. So what we are thinking is that in terms of advancement of scientific knowledge and impact, that there's a wide disparity of relevant information on risks and related responses concerning tourism. And of course, there is need to build up such capacities through study and exchange of practices. Okay, this is obvious, but what furthermore, we think that it is important to concentrate on key policies which will strengthen governance relating to tourism and climate change effects, mostly at the adaptation part, of course, because in our region, the adaptation is critical together with decarbonization, as you will see later. So it's about building up administrative support, improving organization, awareness building at the level of destinations, not only at the central governance level, but also at the level of destinations, because this is where the impacts and in terms of risks and also impacts are felt. And of course, what is interesting is to understand how the changes in the tourism demand itself will lead to product diversification, which requires small-scale development, more spread, and of course, this is also something more spread over space, so which also brings forward the necessity to develop strategies for dealing with climate change adaptation in these types of environments and conditions. And of course, another aspect is we have to concentrate is the reorientation of the of tourism to reduce over-tourism, in quotes, and and spread to areas that need this type of development because it produces employment, etc. But also they need it in a way that will not aggravate the existing risks they face or they might face from climate change. Greener tourist establishment is something which has been at the forefront of tourism development in the last few years. Of course, this relates mostly to the areas that are that have the capacity and to access this type of know-how and whether it is materials, whether it is construction processes, etc., and also the incentives. But it is important to foresee for the future tourist development to become more green, even if it is in smaller units, even if it is in distant places. So we have to think about how to enhance this type of development. And of course, the reposition of the tourist product is something that is key. It's key at the tourism sector, but it has to introduce the concept of building awareness and sensitivity towards climate change risks and adaptation behavior. And of course, decarbonization, which is relating to the way tourism sector works, is also central, but it has been already discussed under energy and various other policies. So that's why I said that tourism is spreading its interest across other task force work. So it is important to relate and create the conditions so that those who are occupied with tourism, they have access to this type of information. So in that sense, a regional cooperation mechanism is very, very important. So the challenge is to change the way we think about tourism and to try to see how tourists are affected by threats from climate change risks, and whether they're in terms of their comfort, meaning higher temperatures and so, or whether it is in terms of forest fires or floods or whatever. So this has to be taken into consideration because that will change their distribution of a space, which means the pressures for tourism development is subject to these kinds of risks. So this has to be introduced into some kind of strategy about tourism development to evade these risks and spreading tourism towards these areas that face increasing risks. Now, of course, so that is going to enhance the challenges to enhance cooperation. It has been raised by previous speakers, so I will not go around that. Particularly in the case of tourism, it's important because tourism is a competitive market, and every tourism destination is trying to attract from other places the interest, but also it is an opportunity because through these climate change adaptation need, one can start thinking about cooperation and trying to exchange not only experience, but also to shift and link and drive tourism from one place to another in cases, in certain cases. The prerequisites, of course, have been already stressed, so I will not spend too much time on that. It's governance, it's a communication framework among different levels of governance, and collaboration of stakeholders, particularly at a local level, and this is very important. Now, the proposed policies to overcome these obstacles is science policy linkages and by disseminating information and knowledge about the risks and not only the risk of causing threats and everything else, and then assuring an efficient organization in terms of trying to diffuse this kind of information and knowledge, and enhance these capacities, and develop a system of monitoring and assessment with a view to improve the mechanisms of responding to climate change adaptation. And of course, in this context, consulting, training local stakeholders to the particularities of each place. And this is very important in our region because the capacities to have access to knowledge or to not only knowledge about risk, but knowledge about responses is very important. That's why a regional level cooperation mechanism is necessary. And of course, communication strategies and best sharing practices are key tools in that. In terms of advancing scientific knowledge, taking from a lot of the task force work, it is important to try to build an equivalent information on special indicators that relate to tourism, and also to what has been stressed already by the biodiversity group, that there are particularities across the region that have to be recognized, and the systems of information and the system of assessment and the system of intervening in terms of tourism have to be adapted to the particularities of each sub-regional level, but they can relate and benefit from responses in other places in the broader area. And then, therefore, we said that vulnerability and risk assessments are necessary as a context, as a background support system, and develop cross task force linkages are also important. So these lead that to us to the conclusion that it is necessary to stimulate regional cooperation on tourism relevant climate change intelligence and best practices in terms of meaning responses. And that is something that remains to be developed. Thank you very much on behalf of the Tourism Task Force.
Thank you very much, Professor Kokosis. We will now continue with Professor Nicolas Bakirtzis. He's a professor here at the Cyprus Institute and the coordinator of the Task Force on Cultural Heritage and Climate. Thank you for joining us. Also, I wanted to say that we only have about 20 minutes left in our session. Maybe we'll keep it a bit longer, but I would like to ask you to try and keep to your times so that we can finish on time and we can all go to Paphos.
Okay. So Paphos is the incentive for us to wrap up. Okay. Thank you, Christiana, and hello from me. I'm Nicolas Bakirtzis. As you heard from Christiana, I've been coordinating the Task Force on Cultural Heritage. We have a broad task force with members from around the region, bringing to the table a wide range of expertise and experiences. And I also want to acknowledge my colleague Dante Abate from the Cyprus Institute for all his help. So climate change is definitely one of the gravest threats for cultural and natural heritage in our region, a region that I don't need to convince you, that is extremely rich in archaeology, history, and considered an epicenter of past world civilizations. And although international initiatives have been trying quite well to preliminarily address the challenge, there are major gaps in knowledge, policy, and coordination. And unfortunately, our region lags considerably behind. Loss of heritage, whether tangible or intangible, has and will have devastating societal implications, as heritage is the connecting tissue for communities and local societies. We consider that cultural heritage, to a large extent, shapes the sense of community and at the same time defines issues and aspects of social and cultural identity. As such, it is our collective responsibility to protect this heritage, and at the same time seize the opportunity to use cultural heritage against climate change and its impacts. There are various gaps and needs to advance the climate change agenda in our thematic area. A major gap is the accurate correlation of climate change parameters and its impacts on cultural and natural heritage. And I'm talking now from the level of the specific monument or site to the level of cultural landscapes, but also the societal impacts of the loss of cultural heritage. There is a need to document and map endangered heritage. I know that we know that we need to prioritize. We've been talking about, the icons of heritage in our region that sometimes leave behind lower level heritage sites, but we need to start somewhere. And we also need to identify that there has to be a better understanding of the connection of cultural heritage to sustainable economic growth. Furthermore, cultural heritage and climate transition for societies and local communities is an area and is a gap of knowledge that we need to definitely address. So we have identified policy areas of regional significance, mapping, assessing the risk, monitoring the impact of climate change on cultural and natural heritage are the necessary steps for any mitigation and adaptation plans or actions. And of course, the use of advanced science and technology is a priority in this particular field. Furthermore, we need to, another area is the effective and comprehensive integration of cultural heritage and its management in green economy planning and developments. This is an area that calls for significant work. There have been international and important European efforts in this direction, but for our region, we feel that it's the only way forward. And finally, we need, as I mentioned before, to harvest local experience and allow ourselves at the regional level to make cultural heritage a vehicle for climate action, as well as an agent of societal change and also adaptation. I don't need to kind of tell you how much these images of iconic sites like Olympia that I'm showing you. Before I showed you flooding in Petra, and I will show you later one photograph from Alexandria's rising waters, that these are images that carry a lot of significance and have tremendous impact at the societal, but also at the governmental levels. And this is an opportunity, in our opinion, for regional coordination, because cultural heritage lends itself as a priority thematic area for immediate regional collaboration, which can have catalytic benefits to the local level, but also for our broader initiative. I think that that cultural heritage concerns a shared experience for all of us in the region, and therefore can be the solid basis for dialogue and exchange and an exchange of good practices. Final slide with some questions for the region. What will be the exact and measured direct and indirect impacts of climate change on cultural and natural heritage? We need this in order to be able to predict and project as much as possible what is happening. How do the impacts of climate change on heritage affect social and economic life? And then what is the role of cultural heritage in the EMME region's climate change transition? we've listed some preliminary strategies that are interrelated. So an EMME region index of heritage under climate change threat would be a good way to start. Again, we have to start with the major monuments and then trickle down to other aspects of both tangible and intangible. That will feed and will allow the development of a regional monitoring mechanism, which will then promote and share regional best practices in the form of a toolkit, which is something that is very well aligned with what we are attempting in the broader initiative, and you will be hearing more from other colleagues. And here I just want to acknowledge the importance of these meetings. Yesterday, I want to thank my colleagues from the task forces of built environment and the green economy and innovation. We had a very, I would say, stimulating workshop. It helped me a lot to think about cultural heritage in other contexts, and I hope that we continue this dialogue at the regional level. Thank you.
Very much. Has a short question.
Yes, it is short. I'm very interested in your index of cultural heritage under threat, because of course, migration that we discussed before and cultural heritage are intimately linked. People who migrate take with them intangible cultural heritage, and cultural heritage sites that are abandoned by the people who care about them are at even more danger than before. So I'm wondering if maybe we should discuss after this event, maybe a collaboration on between those two task forces on the index issue.
Yeah, thank you, Nick. I mean, definitely the whole issue of migration and the uprooting of communities and then their integration into new settings and contexts, heritage is something that is of great importance. It can have a catalytic effect. Thank you.
Thank you. So in fact, again, the session, the panel / open forum discussion we have is exactly on that, right? So what we want to see is interaction between task forces. So anything like that, it would be great to see there. So thank you, Nicola. Now we will proceed with Dr. Arabella Zahariu. Arabella Zahariu is the coordinator. Is the coordinator of education and of the education and outreach task force. And she is also, her affiliation is the Pedagogical Institute here in Cyprus. I'm sorry, I forgot. Your presentation. Angele, I can't see this. Maybe. See, why can't, there, right? Thank you. Thank you for joining us. Welcome.
Thank you, Christiana. Good afternoon. I will keep my presentation in 5 minutes and hope that tomorrow I will have the time to go in depth and present with more details the work that we did in Task Force of Climate Change Education. Please allow me just to present the members of the task force. Emma Dudley, Professor Dudley and me were the coordinators of the task force, and Thanasis Kajoulakos, Professor Thanasis Kajoulakos was the CCI liaison scientist. The members of the task force represent a quite big number of countries of the region, but what was interesting in this task force was that a number of regional international organizations participated and contributed to this work. The main idea behind the findings and the policies of this report is to facilitate and give a better understanding of the current situation of climate change in the EMME region, and contribute to integrate more effectively the climate change in education, in formal, non-formal, and informal level, as well as to strengthen synergies between the countries in the EMME region with suggestions and recommendations on feasible measures and tools that can enhance climate change in education till lifelong. The gaps that identified through the report help us to provide the basis for policy guidelines and recommendations that will allow to place the climate change in a prominent place within the educational system. And the climate change education report captures holistically the issues of education. And I'm just clarifying this because it's the first time in the region that in so big scale we try to identify the policies behind education and climate change. So the whole report covers 9 chapters. So it was impossible here to include the policy recommendations that are covered each chapter, but I chose 4 indicative examples, which has to do with the supporting mechanism for stakeholder participation and engagement in local, national, and regional level, and promote strategies that can integrate the CCE in the 3 levels of it, in 3 types of education and in all levels of education, to promote effective regional collaboration and cooperation schemes between and among universities of the region through the establishment of bilateral and multilateral regional networks, increasing the regional focus on vocational education, training education, with specific emphasis on practices and adaptation and mitigation measures, such as organic agriculture, energy, food, ecosystem, etc., and establish a regional group of competent authors that will be responsible to produce regional tools for climate change education at each education level. The main difficulties that we faced for integrating this report was the variability in the aims, goals, and regulations that applies across the region on both climate change and education issues, and different education structures in the EMME region, and the lack of shared aspirational vision for climate change in the EMME countries. The key questions that emerge regarding climate change education has to do with how climate change education is dealt with the framework in formal, non-formal, and informal education in the countries in the EMME region, what is needed in order to emphasize climate change within the concept and structures of education, and how we can use in the best way the existing initiative, but also how to develop new ones, what tools needed to bring together the pedagogical content knowledge with the scientific content, the scientific knowledge, and the mechanisms and processes that are appropriate for mobilizing key policymakers for working together to integrate climate change education as a cross-sectoral issue in the rest of the policies that are related with climate change and sustainability. What is needed is to promote a cooperative policy action, and our suggestion is a strategic orientation, is to prepare a document, brief document, on climate change education for the region, which will cover the vision, scope, priority areas, and feasible actions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Arabella. Our first 5-minute presentation, if I may add. We will continue now with the coordinator of the Enabling Technologies Task Force, Professor Konstantinos Kartalis. Professor Kartalis is joining us from Greece. He will also be with us tomorrow, not today. Professor Kartalis, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you very well. Thank you, Christiana.
Perfect. Thank you very much. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Hold on. Well, thank you very much for this event again. I think it supports the coordination of all the efforts by all task forces. Many very interesting things have been said so far, and the need for putting together all these efforts in the same wavelength seems to be the first priority. I will try to keep my time. After all, I have to catch the flight and be in Cyprus and in Paphos tonight, together with Professor Kokosis. So this is the task force on enabled technologies. And according to the template, I will go through some conclusions and recommendations. First of all, I'd like to present the task force. Yeah, it's quite extended. There are a couple of members who used to be along the course in the past, but didn't want the name to be reported for some reasons. I have been coordinating this task together with George Tsouloupas from the Cyprus Institute. And we have a good mix of countries, representatives from different countries in the region. And I wish to thank all the participants in the task force for their contribution with respect to the production of the report, which is to be presented in a better shape and in more detail on Thursday. Okay, so which are the proposed policy and recommendations? The first one is to exploit the capacities of enabling technologies for climate change risks with impact to daily life. That is to bring some new things like artificial intelligence, machine learning, and so on and so forth, closer to problems that the citizen can understand. This is mostly related to extreme weather events or to heat waves, which are going to be more intensive in the region. The second policy recommendation, which is the main thrust of the report, is to develop a climate services hub. That is a system for the provision of climate services in support of climate smart decisions in sensitive productive sectors, for instance, agriculture, energy, tourism, food security, so on and so forth, as well as in disasters, risk management, and resources management. A third proposed policy, well, actually, as a matter of fact, is a recommendation. It's to involve end users through an open interface for users. It's very important to have a wide and transparent system that enables the users to step into the system, into the hub, as a matter of fact, and acquire the information they wish to gain. This is a typical representation of the architecture of the hub. The end users are at the top, and there's a user information platform with the red color, which practically attempts to link the users, which come from the research and educational sectors, the policymakers and NGOs, politicians, practitioners, general public, and others come together and take advantage of the services. There have been difficulties and obstacles recognized with respect to the promotion of what I have said before. The whole system of the services hub depends on the availability of reliable information data. This has been pinpointed by the other groups as well, so the observation and monitoring part of the whole effort is of critical importance. The data collection towards should lead to the detailed and long-term databases. Without reliable data of spatial and temporal resolution, of adequate resolution, it will be very difficult to develop the climate services. Again, there has been a recognition of limited regional cooperation. This is a challenge to be met. There has not been necessarily a common view or a common need of the climate services to be promoted. This is fully understandable. This is a wide area with different needs. So the selection of the climate services has to be tailored on the specific needs of the countries or the regions or the cities. And another precondition to be met is continuity. This is very important, but this also relates to the financial instruments which are going to be available in the future and to the funding which has to be also available. I would say the most important precondition to be met is the one to the left with the red color, to integrate and fine-tune the different functions. A lot of very good things that have been said from the different groups are parts of the hub. They're not going to be developed by the task force on enabled technologies. There will be different items developed by the different task forces and all merged in a one common point, common platform. So there's a very important need for the integration and fine-tuning of all the different functions. That is the data repository, the climate modeling, The climate change indicators, Professor Karamanos said about the importance of indicators, the climate services, which is the main part of the story, and of course, knowledge transfer, capacity building, and impact assessment. The advancement of scientific knowledge and impact is the next part. There's a strong need to promote demonstration projects to convince on the usefulness of the climate services, that is the usefulness of science in support of policy making. And I think this is a priority to be met immediately after the conclusion of the conference, that is to promote specific applications of climate services to the governments of the region in order to demonstrate and for them to realize the importance of the provision of a timely climate service. It's important to improve the links from science to policymakers. This goes along to the first point, and to enhance the regional cooperation. This can be done either per climate service or in clusters of climate services. Again, there's a need to get better understanding of the region with respect to what each country or which region in each of these countries requires as a climate service. The last point in this slide is the action plan for knowledge transfer on climate services, and this has to be mostly oriented to the public administration. It's not that the private administration does not have a need on this, but the public administration needs to be better informed and be convinced. The way forward has a number of challenges. The first one is to perform a stakeholders analysis and user requirements. This has not been done in depth so far, so that's a strong need, especially with respect to the stakeholders. The second one, I have already discussed about it, to demonstrate the potential of climate services, and this leads to the need for the piloting of a number of climate services in the next period. To accelerate the rollout of the climate services, and we can take into consideration other approaches that have been proven successful, like the one on the national adaptation plans of UNFCCC, where there's an open initiative, everybody can step in and get information. Of course, to take advantage of big data and related emerging technologies to advance climate change adaptation and mitigation along with the other groups. To my understanding, the organizational structure has to be the main point for consideration. There's going to be discussion on this during the conference, and I think that is going to be a solid and important part. The organizational structure has to be inclusive, operational, and to develop sustainability. Focal points need to be developed in the countries, and the role and obligation of the focal points, again, it's an issue to be determined. Climate services do not have to be provided in full from scratch. As a matter of fact, this is going to be very difficult due to the logistics and the needs to put together different bits and bytes. So a mix of ad hoc and periodic climate services may be defined, at least in the starting phases of the system to roll out and develop the needed maturity. And of course, the cost of the climate services is a very important issue. These can range from free services to services provided with commission cost, especially for the private sector or even for the public sector if it's a very specific and demanding task to be delivered. So practically this summarizes the conclusions and recommendations and the challenges of this task force with respect to the development of a system for the provision of climate services, that is to move from climate information to climate services. Thank you for your attendance, and thank you, Christiana, for the provisions.
Thank you very much, Professor Kartalis. In the sake of time, we will proceed with the last presentation. And if there are any questions, we'll proceed with them at the discussion session. So I would like now to call to the podium Dr. Fabio Montagnino. Fabio is the coordinator of the Task Force on Green Economy and Innovation, and the Research and Innovation Director here at the Cyprus Institute. I think this is it.
I know I'm going to capitalize upon what 12 people have been telling before me, but I'm the last barrier before the break, so I don't know if this is an advantage or a disadvantage. So I will briefly go through the structure of the task force. I've been coordinating in tight collaboration with our liaison coordinator, Vasilis Tsakalos, who has been supporting a lot, like, let's say, in a dialogue, the finalization of what you will see briefly. And then we have a very large number of contributors. You see, we are at the limit of the page, and we are covering more or less all the countries in the area. My outline is about a few highlights about the regional context. I have to tell you something about the theoretical background in a nutshell, because it's important to understand the kind of approach we have been following. Then I will present four priorities in terms of missions for the area we have been identifying, which are connecting what we did with the other task forces, and four regional implementation mechanisms which will serve these four priorities in order to be implemented. And then I will show you how we want to proceed forward in terms of implementation of a roadmap for building the scientific knowledge which should underpin the development of what we are suggesting. So this is a very homogeneous region with strong differences in terms of social development, and the social development has been paid by a strong pressure on the environment. On the other side, this, let's say, development of capacities of the countries has been driving a growth in terms of innovation potential. We have a couple of countries which are showing a huge capacity to support this switch in the direction of a green economy model. And some countries, as you see here, I think this is the pointer, some countries which are the Gulf countries, they are quite high in terms of GDP, so in terms of growth, of economic growth, and they can serve by investing in green economy, so switching from the actual model, they could serve a lot in terms of progress in the right direction. This has been paid, as I said, in terms of huge impact on the environment. Those data are old data, but unfortunately there are not new data, and this is a gap we should fill. Those are data from the World Bank from 2010, and the impact of the kind of the model of development is in between 2 and 8% of the GDP. So we have a huge capacity of switching finance and resources in this direction. So we have to switch. We have to switch from a model to another model. That means that we have to phase out some industries and we have to create totally new industries. And this could be done by identifying the leverage points. So we have to identify piloting initiatives, early stage capacities, knowledge, and actors who could be connected together in order to support the transformation. We have been mapping the area, so you will find in the report a significant part of the report, and this is thanks to the support of many of the contributors to the task force. We have been mapping a lot of initiatives and let's say, preliminary signals of the transition. Here you find 10, let's say, sectors we have been mapping. In terms of policies, we have been mapping the status of the policies. So we have now identified the level of maturity of green economy and innovation policies in the area for the knowledge we have been collecting. And starting from this, we identified 4 missions. One is about the economy of natural systems. So this is connecting to many of the things I've been listening before. So we have natural systems which are collapsing, literally collapsing. This is the Karun Lake in Fayum, and the quality of water of the lake, with 7 million people trusting on the quality of the lake, is collapsing, and this will create migrations. This will create an unbelievable situation. So we have to give value to the water. We have to give economic value to the water and support the people locally, the people, to deal with this transformation of the value of the water. Another pillar is the water, energy, food nexus. There are so many projects around. This has been identified here as a priority, as a key priority, and we believe that this is a pillar of a transitional model in the direction of green economy. The fourth is the industrial symbiosis. There are huge industrial sites in the area. This is the recycling aluminum spent pot lining in the Emirates. It's a giant production of waste which should be converted into value without going into disposal. And finally, the urban transition. There is a task force about this. This is one of the most urbanized areas in the world, and with some of the countries which are cities. So it's a key point to serve this with 4 recommended mechanisms. One is an observatory to gather data and structure models and suggest and monitor policies in green economy. The second one is about green skills. It's a mechanism similar to the Erasmus in Europe. So letting talents and people go around the area, exchanging knowledge and capacities. The fourth is a green accelerator, so a large regional mechanism to support startups and innovators in order to develop new industries in the area crossing the 4 priorities, the 4 missions. And the last one is a research and innovation partnership in order to create from the push side enough knowledge which will serve the transition. So we will fill the gaps of knowledge and capacity for place-based innovation. There are many barriers, lack of data and regional models, limited willingness to do that. We have restriction in circulation of people. Most of the programs for competitiveness are national, and there is a competition among the nations and the countries in the area. And at the level of research and innovation, there is not a regional scheme. But if we will overcome this by mapping the situation at the regional level, designing a roadmap for the transitions and a multi-level policy framework with appropriate tools and strategies applying the theory of change, which is actually applied in some of the countries all around the world, especially in Europe, system thinking and modeling, and filling the gaps in terms of knowledge. The aim is that we can structure a regional green economy transition based on data and on, let's say, a systemic and solid approach. So essentially, this 4x4 model is what we have been taking out as the main, let's say, outcome of the activity of the task force. It's a rush in 5 minutes. It's a pitching process. On the scale, this back. Yeah.
Please go ahead, Professor.
It's defined here. I had no time to define or to talk about this, but okay, I will tell. Essentially, we are using the definition coming from the UNDP and the Global Green Growth Initiative. So a combination of economic growth, which is not challenging the boundaries, the planetary boundaries. So we have to stay within the planetary boundaries, promote economic development and social development without breaking the boundaries. So without forcing in the definition of the, let's say, Stockholm Institute, the systems we cannot live without.
Yeah.
The EU definition is a specific definition, which is, let's say, a subset of a sub-definition which is applicable in EU. There are countries where you have still to grow, and so we have to support their growth without forcing the boundaries. So it's an issue to include these countries without breaking the boundaries, but not leaving them in a hole. So if you want, and we have been talking a lot about the donut model, we want to stay in the ring, not leave people in the middle, neither to lose the planet. And this is quite important for countries where people are still, they need still to expand This is the reason to present this spanning curve of the countries. Some countries have been growing a lot, but they've been forcing the system, and other countries are left behind.
Thank you.
Hopefully this was the question, and I answered.
Thank you very much, Fabio. We will now take a short break, around 15 minutes, so that everybody can take a rest. We will shorten our discussion at the end, unfortunately, because we have to depart for Paphos. I'll see you here around 4:45 for a 15-minute discussion. Thank you all very much for your presence here.
Thank you for joining us again. We will shorten our session right now. We are at basically 16:50. We'll have a 15-minute discussion, and then Professor Papanikolaou has the floor for his closing remarks. I would like to invite to the front Professor Thanasis Hadjilakos, who's going to be the moderator of this session, and Professor Papanikolaou to be in front with us. Thank you very much.
Yes, does this work? Okay. Yesterday there was a very interesting workshop because 3 of the tasks were combined, and there was an interaction that we don't have all the time. Today, again, we had input from all the task forces. So let's see if we can, even in this limited period, have an interesting interaction. And I would like to start by the following provocation. A lot of the speakers talked about political will and hinted that lack thereof is one of the obstacles. Should we be more upfront about that? Should we be more upfront about our carbon footprint? Let me take the example of tourism. Should we more clearly state that we do not need more tourism of the current kind, that somehow we should not be proud about having more arrivals last month than we had the same month last year, but we should measure and be proud about having a smaller carbon footprint of tourism than we had last year? Let's talk about food. Should we be specific and say that if we need to produce and consume less meat if we are to face these challenges? To what extent can we even go and hint to our governments that are threatening war about the fossil fuels at the bottom of the ocean, that we should leave these fossil fuels where they are? Is it time to do things like that? We talked, Marco said, how many people die each year by diseases related to climate change. The numbers sounded to me very small compared to what we expect if we exceed the 2 degrees. So some of these issues are in our policy recommendations, but somehow they're hidden behind layers of generalizations and politically correct wordings. Should we uncover them a little?
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Thanasis. You remember me? Imad Adli.
Oh, so I've only seen you through the screens.
Actually, please identify yourselves for the benefit of those that are watching remotely. Yes.
My name is Imad Adli. I come from Egypt. I'm the general coordinator of the Arab Network for Environment and Development, and I was honored to be with Arabella in the task force on education. Your question was, you said you would be provocative in this question, but let me give you an example that happened this morning at 8 o'clock in the morning today. Our president of Egypt, Mr. CCI, he was making the opening of the COP15 of the biodiversity COP15 in China. He's actually in Hungary, in a meeting in Hungary, but he was at 8 o'clock in the morning delivering the presidency of the COP14 to the COP15 new president in presidency in China. Look at what he said about biodiversity and the importance of biodiversity globally, because he's talking globally. And of course, he is representing one of the countries in the region. If I listen carefully to what he said, I would say, oh, we have the fantastic political will. Okay? But if I look at the reports that came from the task forces, it shows there is no political will. So my point is not only what we hear, what we say, it's or even if the political will is there, but still how we are going to convert this will into action. For example, when you said the example of the tourism, maybe I will be upset if you tell me that, the numbers of the tourists are getting less, even if I work for sustainable development, because the issue is not the number actually. It's what are the mechanisms, what are the actions that are in place to protect the environment at the same time make the business. But I can put a measure, I can put a number, I say the maximum we can accept is this number. I can put a maximum, but this needs many people to sit together. How many times with the political will you talked about? How many times on all the reports, and the 13 reports, talking about coordination, cooperation, and synergy. We all are talking about this. I give you one last point I say about education. I was thinking, if the education only as a task force will take what we heard from the 12 task forces, and we try to develop a very, very small model of informal and non-formal education program in the region with very, very simple, in schools and universities, and to be selective, depending on the for example, in the universities, what type of education, and then you develop and you give only the results that you got from each task force, how much this will affect the region. I think we need more of education, even for the policymakers, to understand that what they are saying is not really done at the field. We want to have more capacity development for people to understand. The very simple question I ask anyone working in a village or in a city, I ask him, what happened in the last 5 years that your work is different? Before we heard about the SDGs and now, and he tells me nothing. It means that, there was really between what we are talking about in the conferences and the reality, there is a gap here. And I think we have to work on this gap, not only the political will. Thank you very much.
Let me actually rephrase this question. It's very provocative. Actually, it's the wrong question. This is not an academic conference. What is this conference? It's called in an initiative, a government initiative, and asks the scientists of the region and the world to say, tell us where we are, and please suggest policies to solve this problem. Okay? This is not a debate society. It's not a Greenpeace meeting. It's a conference called within an initiative coordinated by the Cyprus Institute to suggest policies to address this problem in our region. By whom? By the governments of the region. So, should we go and say, hey, you don't have the political will. We are not going to tell you what you are going to do because you don't have the political will. They ask us to provide suggestions for solutions. So, Thanasi, I'm afraid it's very provocative, but wrong. This question does not fit in this context. The conference is going to be attended by heads of states, ministers, who want to hear suggestions of how to address the problem. So be provocative and tell them you don't have the will, when they ask us to give them solutions. So I don't understand the question.
The question is whether we should be more clear in what we are suggesting. It's not about the will. The will was just the beginning of the issue. The issue is that hearing what we say, of course, in the limits of the few minutes, I felt that we are not always clear enough about the policies that we're suggesting.
AI or yeah, no, it's just I'll try to to move a step forward. In my opinion, those are Thanas's statements. So if we have data, we can say, and according to me, for tourism, we can say that tourism is an impacting industry. It's impacting because of the expansion, it's impacting because of the travels, because of the flights, and so on. The issue is, I'm taking very, very seriously the X curve I've been showing. You have industries that should fall and phase out, and new industries to be built. And this is absolutely not easy. We were talking in the break about the cultural heritage sites. Those are attracting a lot of people, and the model has been to bring people there. And then you go to see the Parthenon, and then you have your dinner at Plaka, and you buy your souvenir. This has been the model. Have we alternatives to this? So have we any industry which can substitute this industry we want to phase out and giving jobs and support? So it's a matter of, in the clash in the middle, that we need a lot. There is another picture very interesting with the peak of innovation. The peak of innovation is there where the two curves are crossing, because you need a lot of trials to phase out one industry and grow the other industry. So I think the right question is to try to understand how we can support the overall process where the policymakers are just part of the process. They are not the process. They are part of the process.
Let's listen to people who were not speakers in the... yeah.
Yes. Now, starting from the comment, Kostas Papanikolas, and moving a bit forward, I suspect that judging from all the presentation we heard this afternoon, that almost all the task forces have proceeded and have some concrete suggestions. And we have some measures for policies which we can submit to the policymakers. Of course, there may be some overlapping, and there are, of course, judging from my own, from the task force of agriculture and food chain, we have already said that we have some links, definite links, with the science task force. We have some definite links with the water management task force. We have definite links with the education and outreach task force and so on. So I think since we have reached quite a lot of suggestions and ideas which have been emerged from the scientific approach each task force has already proceeded to, it is our job now, or a job of the initiative itself, just to formulate our suggestions to the policymakers. Is that we are asked by the politicians to do? And I think we are at a stage in which we can provide them with a wealth of information, and it is up to them to proceed. I cannot say you do or you do not have the political will to proceed, but they have the information, or at least an information, sufficient information to go on and for the region we are considering.
Thank you. Well, I went through two exercises. The first one, it was in 2002 when we were discussing the policy of neighborhood with the European Union. And the second exercise is this exercise. Unfortunately, the first exercise that I went through didn't succeed because when we have approached politics, all the scientific side has been directly marginalized, and the process of Lebanon to integrate the EU neighborhood policy didn't succeed. With this exercise, because we are dealing with science, because we are promoting problems that will occur from climate change as extreme events linked to poverty, linked to social problem, I feel that we don't need political will. What we need is financing will. How are we going to finance the policies that we are going to suggest at a later stage to the politician, and the politician will be, of course, very sensitive to what we are going to present for them, because they are actually living in a world in a complete mutation, because the world is changing from the impact of climate change. So they will have the will to act. Otherwise, the cost of non-effect will be much higher than the cost of engaging project. So this issue, we have talked about it in the water panel with Professor Toukan, His Excellency, and we stressed in our panel on how are we going to finance these policies, and how are we going also to shake hands with the private sector, because the private sector also should be a partner with the government so that we can succeed in these policies. The second exercise, I feel that we're going to win, because we are talking science, we are talking economy, and the impact of all this on the society. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Rula Majdalani from the UN Economic and Social Commission for Western Asia. Building on that, I think that we really need to be in a situation where you say, these are the facts. If you do this, this is what will happen. And in other words, we are, I think this community of researchers, of scientific people is not there to draw the policies, but to suggest policy directives and suggest options. The problem in our region with a lot of differences is that research is inconsequential. Research happens and then, okay, we take note of it. Sometimes it's way too detailed. There are a lot of facts, and politicians want something short and concise. And I think building that bridge between the science and policy is a long-term process. It needs going back and building trust and getting them to know and drawing them, bringing them to your turf. Bringing the policymakers to your turf. And also the policymakers are not a unified lot. This is what we sometimes forget. We think of, this is what the complexities of the research, and then we talk about the policymakers as one lot. They are different, they have different agendas, and this is what people need to understand when they talk to them. The other thing, I think that this initiative is really good, and this is an example from Cyprus that it has been adopted at the highest level. And probably it's not the researchers who should be talking to the governments in the region, but the head of the state here in Cyprus should be talking to the other heads of states in the region to incite them, to have a network. And it should be, there has to be a dialogue policy to policy, not just research to policy, but policy to policy. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. If I want to add, yes, I am Khalid Toukan, the chairman of the Jordan Atomic Energy Commission, director of Sesame. former Minister of Energy in Jordan. Well, I think, to be frank, and Costas, what you referred as a provocative question, believe me, governments in the region are convinced and they are ready to implement what came out of a very deep thinking process that had extended at least for 1 year and a half, 2 years. Now, what I think, what this should be followed up with, and what Fadi referred to, is another meeting or workshop, the money holders, the financiers, all the countries in the region, maybe except for the Gulf countries, the governments are hard stripped of cash, particularly after the COVID. And they feel the social tension at all levels, whether it's social unrest or migration or immigration. I think the bottom line is the financiers and who has the money and where are the financing institutions. I do believe, and I do a recommendation, that as an outcome of this conference, an important intellectual and scientific work, this has to be followed up, maybe after COP, the coming COP, with another workshop, meeting with the financiers and potential, because all of this needs big money and big capital investments. And most of the governments in this region don't have that. So if we really want to build on the great work and the intellectual, capital that has been invested in this, is to follow up this with another meeting with financiers, banking institutions, private, public, World Bank. And believe me, governments now, to be frank, the notion is that politicians are not interested and so on. No, I do believe politicians are interested, not because of benevolence, but because things are not, they are not in good shape. And they are ready to go with your recommendations, but they need the money. And we have to help them as scientists bring this money. It's not just we put this paper as a president or as a prime minister and then please, find the solution. We have to help them get the money. Thank you.
May I suggest a complementary thing, is to present an implementation mechanism to the head of state, an implementation mechanism for that. That's it.
Thank you. Arabella Zakariou, coordinator of the Climate Change Education Task Force. The first thing is that financing is one issue, and I agree with you, but it's not the first reason for not integrating policies. I want to stand on what Professor Papanikolaou said. It's very important to provide a policy document that will be the result of scientific data, because the problem that we are facing is that the policies are isolated from the research. So it's time to bring these two critical dimensions together. The second thing that I would like to address is that we have to have this consensus. And this consensus is very important to based on feasible and concrete measures that can be allowed to the countries, to the member states, to work on it according, of course, to their particularities. And the third comment and final that I want to address is that we have 13 task forces with many similarities, but also with a different way of implementation. And of course, I would like to mention the case of climate change and education outreach, where it's not so, political or technical, or have a finance base to be accepted by the countries within a policy paper. So maybe we can think the idea to the next step, to sit together and see in which ways the task forces can have a sectoral collaboration, or to leave a small autonomy to the task forces to move forward according to the policies that they consider that are more easily to be applied, starting, I mean, from the next year, for example. Thank you.
Yes, Kamal Araj from Jordan. I was a member actually of the energy system task force. But let me tell you, I think what we need is to sharpen our pencil and to have very clear recommendations and suggestions, not give a menu of options that choose whatever you want. This is very confusing for policymakers, decision makers. And I'll take an example of the energy systems. I'm involved in it. Very difficult to really, you have to have system dynamics kind of application to this approach. It's very clear to me that there are some options, I understand they're controversial, but the group doesn't want to discuss it. This is very, very confusing for policymakers. For example, I don't believe that we'll ever reach the targets of the Paris Agreement without nuclear technology. Being part of the mix with renewable, but definitely renewable by itself will make no sense. So this is science basis, not talking about theological, whether we like nuclear or not. But there is no way that the system penetration in any system could ever reach the level for renewable, even with storage, that could address the issue. So, I mean, energy represents 3/4 of the energy of the carbon emissions. And frankly, we are belittling it because there are some principal groups, water, energy, food, that there to be really the principal part of this recommendation that has to be very succinct and very clear recommendation. Otherwise, it will confuse the hell out of it.
Thank you. Nicholas, will you close this issue?
Concluding comments. Actually, the concluding comment is going to be very short. But before getting to the concluding comment, let me answer a key question that is opening up, the one that Professor Toukan raised, and partly was even answered by many. I hate to say this because the Prime Minister said it some years ago and it became a laughing stock. There is money. And I have been talking to people that know that. They don't think they have really concrete, vetted, scientifically sound, most affordable proposals on the table to put their money there. Our region has a reputation of not making good use of foreign aid, using it effectively. There is corruption, let's not hide about that. And certainly they don't want to put money to be siphoned to Switzerland or be laundered in Cyprus or whatever you want to say. The story is, and this is the challenge for us, I think the big challenge for the scientific community is not to debate models of development, not to theorize about how politicians should act, but put before them, as they have challenged us, to come and give them suggestions, to reply to that. Yes, here is a regional policy, here is another one. Many of you have said it, I'm echoing your words. It's scientifically sound, it's affordable, will set mechanisms to monitor and hold the feet of those that are going to implement it to the fire, that is done economically and effectively, not wasting money. and build a trust where this will grow as being an effective, convincing alliance to do just that. So this is why, and we'll come back tomorrow and the day after, and the days that will follow, that can each task force, and we asked it over and again, propose theory is okay, data is very good. Most important is give us 2 to 4, no more, tangible, doable demonstration projects to start the process going. If we don't do that, it's a very nice academic exercise. Do that. We love to debate, we love to theorize, we love to do that. I've done it all my life, I just do it. I enjoy it. But this is not what this is all about. So can we get each task force to provide these very few concrete policies that hopefully will be open-ended or with a 30-year horizon? We shouldn't start with there, to get this build of trust that things can be done and will be done, and then things will grow. Unfortunately, the pressure will grow on everybody to deliver such things. Those that propose concrete measures and actually point to mechanisms to implement them will do a great service to our region, to the world, because we'll start the process even late, can start tomorrow, not wasting more time in theories or worrying about this and that. Yes, I believe there is way to get the funding. It's not easy. I didn't say it's easy, but there is. We'll hear more about it. And actually, Khalid, the next phase will, you're right. I was talking to government officials today. Probably they will announce the ministerial meeting early February at the conference. Will be announced, as far as I know, which is tomorrow. February, I panicked. I said, February, that means that we have to start working tomorrow. I said, damn right. I said, we need a week to recover, you know, it's not, no. So they already discussed it with their counterparts. Early February will be the ministerial meeting. The ministerial meeting will not discuss about this and that policy. They expect to have it from us. They will discuss how to finance it. If the agencies, the international organizations that will be engaged to do that, they will be asking, what is the mechanism to ensure that this money, like many other projects, will not just be wasted. Not only will lose the money, we'll lose the time. So the discussion, indeed, you're absolutely right, will very quickly focus on that. And also what I was told today, make sure that the scientific community stays together. They're doing excellent work. We need to hear more proposals, ask them to sharpen their proposals, ask them to put money to it, timetable, and it's our job to get to the next step. It's a very positive, challenging message for us, because now if we cannot deliver a project which is concrete, fundable, ready to start in a year or in a few months, we cannot then complain. We have been challenged and we didn't deliver. I hope, and I'm sure we will deliver. And this discussion will continue in the next few days. But from what I heard today, this is the way it's going. And you are an experienced government official, Khalid, not only a scientist, and you saw clearly this is where we're going. But the answers we heard are along those lines. With that, let me come to the concluding comment. Thank you.